Hey, you're alive. When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, a phone, maybe. I hope so. Well, it's nice to meet you. And I'm sorry to pry, but any idea why you were what's the last thing you remember? Oh, you're an archaeologist? Then you'll definitely want to hear this. I don't know if it's exactly what you're looking for, but there are some ruins just behind you. Roman, I think. I need you to go in there and see if you can find a guy named Al for me. He went in there a few hours ago, and he hasn't come out. I've been freaking out, wondering if he's trapped or injured, or worse. I would have gone in after him, but he made me promise to stay here, no matter what. There's no way I'm leaving without him, so I'm just kind of stuck here, waiting. What I mean is, I was hoping... Oh, of course. Sorry, I don't mean to be pushy, I just... What am I, an idiot? You could hike a long... He's the guy who washed up on the riverbank not long before you... But maybe the two of you... In any case, you'll like him, I'm sure. Once... Oh, there's not much to tell. Feels like I've spent my whole life... Oh, I'd rather... All right, fine. Yeah, something like that. But, right... You really don't remember? Not much, really. Great. So... Thank you. The entrance is just past those... Oh, and he left this here. But I... Back already? What's up? Thanks again. The ruins are just beyond those columns. Please, hurry.
If you're reading this, it means I've discovered the entrance to an ancient Roman city hidden deep underground. Its existence is long forgotten, all knowledge of it lost, except in the Latin inscription here. It reads, "You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged. The virtuous shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain, for this shall be their final resting place." Could an underground city have remained a secret for all this time? Could people have survived down there, against the odds? It seems there's only one way to find out. If I'm not back in an hour, I'm somewhere on the other side. Consider this an invitation, or a warning. Al Worth. To whoever reads this, I'm sorry you had to find me like this. And worse, that you'll suffer the same fate I did. I've spent a lifetime in this place, going around and around in circles, searching for a way out. The inscription was right. There is no way back. And here there are only two options. Death, or that godforsaken doorway into the past. I made the mistake of stepping through it. I wanted to set things right. And I tried. I really tried. Whatever I did, it took me right back to the beginning. Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all now. And find out what awaits you beyond that portal.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me... Oh, is that right? Well, just make sure you don't get lost in any other sacred places you're not supposed to be. Can't have you disrespecting the gods by accident. But listen, most folk seem... you seem very lost, and in more ways than one. Live by our law here. Not laws, law. There's just one, the golden rule. It's kind of horrific. But our magistrate insists we take all newcomers to see him, so I guess I'll let him fill you in. So... follow me. When I first arrived, I couldn't believe there were people living down here. But, as you can see, we've got a nice little community now. Only 23 of us at the moment, if you count the 3 who are missing. No idea how, since nobody knows a way out. But it's just big and dark enough to get lost in, if you're not careful.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your handsome new friend, Galerius?
Keep it in your loincloth, Aurelia. I'm taking him to see the magistrate.
That pompous old bore won't be magistrate for much longer. Anyone who helps vote him out today drinks at my bar for free tonight.
Politics. I'd stay clear of it and her, if I were you. She's... it's not my place to say. Down on your right is our farm, where I grow all the food you'll ever want. As long as all you want is leek, cabbage, and wheat. Huh. That one usually gets a chuckle.
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone.
Ah, don't mind Livia. She means well. She's just been in a bad place since... well, you know, I don't know what happened to her. Up here on your right is the chasm. If you've got a weapon, it belongs way down at the bottom. Up on your left is the forum, where you can visit the market or get yourself patched up in Lucretia's clinic in the Shrine of Apollo. Most of us have almost nothing, just what we had on us when we arrived, and what we've been able to make and scrounge up since. And this central plateau is where the magistrate and the other patricians live, so don't expect a warm welcome.
Galerius, you're meant to be working the farm, not trudging dirt into the villas.
Take it easy, Horatius. I was just taking our new friend here to see the magistrate.
Well, he's asked me to escort the newcomer personally. The farm. Go. Now.
You'd better go with him. But just remember, they're not like you and me. Don't let them use you.
What was that? What did you just say?
I said it'll take some getting used to.
Yeah, I'm watching you, farm boy. Greetings, citizen. My name's Horatius. Magistrate Sentius asked me to escort you to him personally. Follow me, please. I expect the magistrate wants to brief you about the Golden Rule. It shouldn't take too long. He's busy preparing. Follow me. The only thing you really need to understand right now is the Golden Rule. Let me see if I can explain it this way. When I was serving in the Legion, if there was a mutiny brewing in one cohort, the legate in charge wouldn't waste time finding the bad apples among hundreds. They just divided us into groups of 10, made us draw straws, and whoever drew the short straw had to be executed by the other 9. Didn't matter whether he'd done anything wrong. One of us in 10 would die for the crimes of the collective. We call it decimation. If that seems like rough justice to you, you're in for a rude shock. Because the Golden Rule is exactly 10 times worse. The magistrate can explain the rest. He's up these stairs.
Oh, don't mind me. I just live here. Oh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want? I'm Sentia, eldest daughter of the magistrate. But you'd know that if you'd been invited in here. What are you doing in here? You know, some people say it's the creation of an all-seeing... But what kind of an awful, incompetent god? Did you hear that? Curse you, you coward! What do you have to say? No response. I'm telling you, this mysterious god of ours has to be asleep on the either that, or, like people are saying, it really... Ugh, what is it with you people? You heard the rumor that my well, that's just a stupid rumor. We have... I don't know. Can you? Can you tell me how a person could have disappeared from a city with no exits and no crime? Was she snatched... It was 3 weeks ago. We ate our evening meal together and we went into our rooms. I went to sleep. I think so, yes. But she was very careful about keeping his identity. Because our father had plans to marry her off, eventually, and even a rumor about her... I don't know. But it's been 3 weeks since she disappeared, and all I know is... whoever... You really aren't from here, are you? All Roman women are named after their fathers. I think it's their way of branding her. His family name is Sentius, so I'm Sentia because I'm the eldest. And my little sister is formerly Sentia Minor. Why? Because I'm on this couch and not pacing about the... I hope you're not insinuating I'm some... Ugh, you're awful. Get out of my villa and never speak... Do I need to ask Horatius to escort you out of here? My room. Leave before I call Horatius. Do I need to ask Horatius to escort you out of here? Get out, you
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Death arrives. It would be a thing to dread if it could remain with you. But death must either not come at all, or else must come at once.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina? I don't think so. Oh, Bacchus, how much did I drink last night? Oh, and since you seem to be in a hurry, you should try out this device I made. Worked real hard on it. Just attach the pulley to the rope over the lake and hang on to the handles. And if it doesn't work, worst thing that can happen is you'll take it. But don't worry, it's... All right.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve, friend. Oh. Salve, friend. I don't think so. Oh. Of course. What did you want to know? Oh, I don't give it much thought these days, but I say, let's spend... Well, as much as I'd love to get out of... Scintilla, Sentius's daughter, went missing a few weeks back. If anyone knows for sure, it'll be her sister, Sentia. Well, it's... I'm a farmer. Always have been. I grew up in a small village in Britannia, Camulodunum, with my parents, and one day, when I was about 20, my father and I were in the top paddock, loading our cart, when some Roman legionaries came along. My father told me to run into the house for his axe, and so I did. I sprinted so fast I almost threw up. But by the time I got back, he was bleeding out on the ground, and our cart was empty. That was my foot. My mother died of a broken heart soon after, and things went downhill from there. I took over the farmstead, but I was young. It was a struggle. More raiding started before too long. We'd come outside in the morning to find animals missing, our stores pillaged. These lead one night, when my sisters and I had nothing, I got my father's old axe, pulled, but there were more of them. My home was reduced to ash. My sisters, dead. And they left me alive to see what they'd done. It still burns whenever I think about it. Yeah, well, I wasn't the only one this happened to. Unfortunately, there were just too many of them. I spent a few years trying to escape a couple of times. I'd probably still be there too. Everybody was running down. I got swept. Next thing I knew, some stranger was... That's what I thought too, for a while. See, I finally had my own farm again. Until Sencio the Decurion demanded I hand over all my produce. It's for the good of us all, he said. He even told me if I refuse his demands, I'll break the golden rule. So, it turns out our dear old magistrate is no... Don't you worry. Forget I said that last part. Thanks, friend. I knew I liked you. Anyway, that's enough of me rambling. Was there something else you wanted to talk about? I can't see how I could vote for either candidate. I don't like Sencio much, but even I could do a better job. Me! All right. Fortune smile on you, brother.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you? Greetings, citizen. My name's Horacio. Magistrate Sencio asked me to escort you. Follow me. The only thing you really need to understand right now is the Golden Rule. Let me see if I can explain it this way. When I was serving in the Legion, if there was a mutiny brewing in one cohort, the legate in charge wouldn't waste time finding the bad apples among hundreds. They just divided us into groups of 10, made us draw straws, and whoever drew the short straw had to be executed by the other 9. Didn't matter whether he'd done anything wrong. One of us in 10 would die for the crimes of the collective. We call it decimation. If that seems like rough justice to you, you're in for a rude shock. Because the Golden Rule is exactly 10 times worse. The magistrate can explain the rest. Who's up these stairs?
Oh, don't mind me. I just live here. Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in. I trust you can see yourself out.
Citizen. We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. A curious name. To match it, I see you have the piercing and astute eye. We're always happy to welcome another scholar to our little community. Equitia will be delighted to meet you, I'm sure. Now, you're probably wondering why I summoned you, and I'll get to that. But first, a secret city built deep in the mountain. Indeed. More importantly, consider the miraculous community. 22 complete strangers brought together by the fates, living and working together in our own little paradise. And in all that time, not a single sin has been committed. No fights, no theft. Nor could I, until I came. But the reason for this, if even one person commits a sin here, every last one of us will die. You see, the builders of this place, whoever they were, left inscriptions warning, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." From what we can gather, breaking the law here will anger the gods and provoke a terrible punishment. Like the curses of Medusa and Midas combined, turning us all to gold. We've come to court. It's extraordinary that we've survived as long as we have. And now it seems that all that matters is that somebody in this city is about to break the Golden Rule. Why else would Proserpina send you now? Unless you and I can stop them, our doom is assured. I know that's a lot to take in, and you look like you have questions. Please, ask away. You see, in my search for a way to save my people, I learned of an ancient. It's said to open a doorway in time, so that if the unthinkable happens, one person can pass. And when I saw you arrive in a flash of light from the goddess's shrine, I knew that person was you. You don't belong in our time, do you? $2,000 years? Please, tell me, in your time. Lie all you want, but I see the truth. All I can tell you is that it's a ritual sacrifice to Proserpina. I have to recite a prayer, and of course, as with all rituals, some sacrifice is involved. In this case, the sacrifice is rather more costly. The life of the person. I don't suppose you saw any sign of... I assume that was me. If I'm forced to perform the... Well, I suppose... An intelligent question. There was a good deal of debate about that in our first weeks here. Of course, everyone agrees on the basics. No theft, no assault, and certainly no murder. But beyond that, it was more difficult to reach a consensus. What about lying, insulting someone, blasphemy? As magistrate, I had to exercise leadership, and so I made a decision. And we must honor the peace of the gods. It is only by offering the gods the proper respect that we... Barbaric? Barbaric? What are you talking? Rome is a beacon of light in the darkness. We have comprehensive laws. All our citizens are treated the same. When our people are starving, they are given food rations. Our laws forbid treason, murder, assault, and rape. No other civilization in the world is... On occasion, but our gladiators are almost all volunteers. Of course, but with fewer rights come fewer responsibilities. And the right. You mean the blasphemous cult responsible for burning down half of Rome last year? Of course. What else would we do with those prisoners of war who would otherwise have been executed? Are you talking about our practice of decimation? Of course. We could hardly unite all these warring tribes without a disciplined, formidable legion. I have made my pronouncement. Unfortunately, there are still those here. I would be keeping a close eye. Well, I believe you're in the best position to go around asking people questions. As for me, well, it pains me to say my attempts to impose... The people here would only... Do you ever stare at a problem for so long that you can't see it? What's needed here is a fresh pair of eyes. Ah, so you know... That was over 3 weeks ago, and whatever happened to her, it did still... If you happen to find her and return her to... Me? Why would you suspect me? What reason could you pop... I'm glad you think so. Well, all right. Frankly, their selfishness and recklessness risk If I understand Prosperna's ritual correctly, that problem should take... If you manage to prevent the sin that breaks the golden rule, I won't need to bring you here. Thus, you'll have created a paradox. If this occurred... Ah, good. So, are you with me? Can I count? Wonderful. Now, I need you to investigate them. I authorize you to enter private homes and inspect possessions and documents, unless, of course, you're asked to leave. Figure out who the culprit is, and as soon as you have a name... Oh, and one last thing. If I were you, I'd start my investigation by visiting Lucretia at the Shrine of Apollo in the Forum. I heard wailing from there not long ago. Seems like something's not right.
Whatever are you wearing? Oh, look, you're back. How lucky for me. What? I trust you can see yourself out.
Are they? Ah, you've returned. Do you have any news about your investigation? Thank you. I'll be waiting here for news.
On your best behavior, I trust? What now? He's one of the better commanders I've ever had, that's for sure. Good stoic. Treat your inferior as you would wish your superior. Can't ask for much more than that. I'm a legionary of the 1st Italica, but there's not a lot of fighting down here. So the magistrate has assigned me other duties. I act as the magistrate's right-hand man, keeping an eye on his daughters. Daughter, I should say. I also keep I'm from Liguria, up north originally. I was doing alright for myself. 12 years into my service. Not anymore. She's probably figured I'm long gone and moved on, but my commander sent me to deliver a message to Rome. While I was there, I thought I'd do something nice for my girl. That's when the crowd started flooding through the streets, shouting fire. Then some Genetricum fugitive tried to take advantage of the chaos and pinch my pendant. I remember chasing him through the crowds. Blacked out and woke up near here. No idea how I ended up floating so far down. Ah, don't be. As Seneca the Younger said, difficulty strengthens the mind, as labour does the body. That said, Sentilla's disappearance has been more I went around asking the same questions when I first arrived. Never did find a way out. But I learned how to accept my situation. To bear trials with a calm mind robs misfortune of its strength and burden. But I don't see why not. Of course. Well, as I always say, by threatening to execute 1 in 10 men, the idea is to ensure order and discipline among everyone. And it works. If you knew you could be executed because your brother-in-arms is planning a mutiny, well, you'd bloody well watch him like hundred-eyed Argus, wouldn't you? Because it's brutal, of course, but effective. A war crime. Isn't that a contradiction in terms? As Cicero... Your sort wouldn't last a week in the Legion. If you like. Not that it's any of your business. But unfortunately... See, Domitius has been going around town. The man's a savage. But he's a gladiator, so people fear and respect him more than they should. Sencio knows about it, of course. But he doesn't have the same rap. This place will be different with that sleaze at the helm. I suppose... What business is that? A lot of people have been looking for her. But it's been 3 weeks. And I suppose that's true. If you're accusing me of a crime, you're grasping at straws and it's not going...
Hey Horacio, how's it feel knowing your man's doomed to lose the election today?
If you're trying to goad me into an argument, it won't work. I'm a stoic, remember?
If the old man couldn't even keep his own daughter safe, how can anyone trust him to keep us safe, eh?
Why do I get the feeling you lot had something to do with Centilla's disappearance?
That's it. Blame everyone but yourself.
If I find out you did something to that poor sweet girl, not even the Golden Rule is gonna protect you. Got it?
Ha! As if I'll be afraid of you, little man. What were you two talking about? Don't play dumb. I saw you. Having a shady little chat. What's he offering you? Money? Favours? A spit of a fauna career. We've lined up all the votes we need. Mark my words, Malleolus is going to be magistrate by the end of the day. You've been trying to undermine his hard-won victory. Good. Then stay out of it. Can't hurt. Her name's Domitius. You want to get to Malleolus, you go through me. Why? Because I am a gladiator. You want to see me fight? Keep running your mouth, fatuous cunners. When Malleolus wins the election, yeah, this place will change. I think it's gone on long enough, and he's going to announce it in his... Because if I tell you, and it gets out, it'll give old man Sencio a chance to interfere. We've already lined up the votes he needs to win. Malleolus, of course. If old man said... Too bad. He's busy. I'm glad you asked. See, he's a busy man, and this is an important day. Left me strict instructions he doesn't want to be disturbed. So if... Bribe? That's such an ugly word. Dunno. Just make it. Yeah? What have you... If you set one foot in that villa without permission, I'll skin you. Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Nobody's told you about Hannibal? Ugh, why do I have to do everything round here? So, there was this guy called Hannibal, right? Funny accent. Used to go down into the cisterns looking for junk he could clean up and sell. One day, a few weeks back, he comes out and said he could hear spirits wailing. Of course, nobody believed him. Anyway, a few days later, he goes back in. So I go down after him, and it's dark. And hunched over him was something that made my blood a creature. Like the corpse of a man who'd been flayed. And what any sane person would have done. I legged it out of there and put a without a weapon? Well, it's your future.
Fear
Isn't the
is
great
proof
temple
of a
majestic?
degenerate mind.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what? I don't, I'm afraid. It seems to me we're... Oh my. I take it people are quite direct. Wait, I suppose it's quite... Usually, however, you wouldn't simply march up to a Vestal priestess and without... The proper approach would be to arrange an introduction through a mutual acquaintance in high office. And then you would find a way to satisfy... But to be honest, I've often thought what an unnecessary... Let's do it your way. You just keep being yourself. You know, I'm not entirely sure. Karen, you say? And nothing about that name You do? Well then, have you spoken with any of the others? I really think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember, and see if you notice any... I know, I just... Up until a few weeks ago, she was a perfectly productive member of our little community. Darning clothes, she was always so chatty, always seeking out new... And then, about a month ago, she withdrew, stopped working and became despondent. But she just looked at us with this haunted stare. Look, it could be unrelated. Perhaps she simply fell ill. But there is a small chance that she learned something. I just don't want to... Thank you. Now, go and follow the thread of truth through this labyrinth and... Come back to me once you've acquainted yourself with the rest of our neighbors.
fortune smile on you, brother. I saw you slide down that rope before. Very impressive. And strange, too, since that device you used is exactly the same as one I've been working on for weeks. There I was, thinking I'd invented it. Well, I've been trying to get this rare flower from the rock spire in the middle of the lake. It's too steep to climb, so I hung a rope over the lake and made this pulley device, only do you think you could use the device again? Oh, thank you. It would help me a lot. There's no rush, just whenever you get a chance. All right. See you around.
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step. I'll tell you this much. I hate the I mean, all this seems like I'm the only one ready for what's coming. I don't know. But did you ever get the feeling some of these statues are watching us when we... Of course I... Can't talk long. Families from Seleucia and Tigris. Babylon province. But I've been roaming the... Same way as... Because we're all in grave... Magistrate made me toss it and... If you were dealing with what I... None of your business. If we have to. If I did, do... Meliodas. Not sure I trust. No. Whatever.
Cerberus lifts his dribble head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
What are you doing in here? Can't you see this woman is dying? She's been poisoned. She needs the resin of a plant called Silphium, but that Culus cumbulatus decius won't give it to me. It's too late. She was poisoned. She came in here frothing at the mouth. Normally, I'd treat her with resin of Silphium, and I knew Decius had some at his market stall, right around the corner. So I ran over there, but he just... That'll be 1,000 denarii. Then that toad shrugs and says, supply and anywhere else, I'd just pay a thug to steal it from his stall. But there's no way So all I could do is come back here, and now I'll never know who poisoned her. Or how they managed to do it without breaking the golden rule. Or what? Well, unless you have the power to bring someone back from the... Get me that Silphium resin. I'm going to have another patient in here soon. Could be in the next day. I don't care how you get it, but you have to make it happen. I swear to the gods below, not even the golden rule will stop me from marching up to that Genetricum Fututo and scratching his eyes out. I'm Lucretia, and I'm going to be straight with you. I'm not a physician. This is I'm tired and out of my depth and My husband and I moved to Rome from Caesarea. I would have divorced him and demanded the return of my dowry, so I waited for the right time to take what was mine. As he prepared to evacuate our villa, I gathered our most precious bill. I could barely see for the smoke. And the streets were full of... The next thing I remember, I was... It's all right. Say what you will about this place, and while there's no Oh, this shrine was kind of strange, but Well, she used to run the clinic until she suddenly lost all interest in us. This changes everything. She kept... The last time I saw her, the last time any of us... And then she shut herself in the palace. Barred the door. She's been gone so long now, we figure she's either dead or up. But I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have of solving One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism. I really shouldn't say. He wouldn't like it. He's become so irritable that the smallest things set him off. And I just know Nevia would know how to treat him. Thanks, I suppose. I wish. Some people here just don't get sick or injured here. A city without sin might sound good on paper, but snakes like Decius will always find absolutely nothing.
Oh no. Sorry, I don't mean to. There was one other person who. But that was Nevia, and. Well, she used to run the clinic. Until she suddenly lost all interest. This changes everything, she kept saying. The last time I saw her, and then she shut herself. She's been gone, but I really would. One of. He's become so irritable that the small. I just know Nevia would know her. Thanks, I suppose. Sure. What do you want to know? Hemlock, I believe. I haven't seen her in months. She's not allowed to leave Malleolas's villa. And they are... Do you really want to know? I mean, if somebody poisoned her, then surely they would have broken the golden rule and... Gladly. Well, come back. May Apollo keep you safe.
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacis, I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it.
Sometimes I stare at the great temple on the bluff, and I think, whatever is in there, it has to be important. Sometimes I stare at the great temple on the bluff, and I think, whatever is in there, it has to be important. This area is private. Please leave. Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to a little community. You arrived on a sad day, friend. What with Julia's death? You wouldn't believe how often the new ones ask that. There are much worse places to live out your days. But once you get used to the fear, knowing that is... Oh, I just mean I grew up in the Batavi tribe, far to the north. They weren't nearly... Some people say it's divine, the work of a god. But I'm not so sure. I mean, once you've been here long enough, you'll notice people doing things, which means one of two things. Either, and I'm pretty sure. Good. Then I hope you'll agree. The first is to leave. The second is to remove. Good question. It's best if I say no more, but... Well, I'm an architect. Or it'll help out with repairs and try to stop old buildings from collapse. But you probably don't want to hear about the ingenious architect. You mean the Great Temple? Given the way it's positioned so prominently, looking down on us, unfortunately, you see, usually a temple is dedicated. There's an obelisk out the front, and of course we can't get inside because it's locked up tighter than the Temple of Saturn in Rome. And so we're all left wondering, which god is that temple unless somebody Gladly. Personally, they're an ingenious feat of Roman engineering. It's funneled below the palace and into a cistern beneath, and the rest is funneled to the shrine of Proserpine. Hey, not so loud. Just talking about that could anger the gods for all we know. Oh, I'm glad you asked. Some of these shrines, they're constructed, but there's one thing that puzzles me. Or it could mean that there were Greeks living and who really built this place. And if only there was a way... Of course. Look, I haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking. Somebody just has a problem with my preference for... Hey, nothing gets by you, huh? Sorry, that was mean. And when you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city of Noviomagos, I saw enough friends killed or driven away, so I hid who I was for. But that kind of fear eats away at you slowly. Needless to say, since I'm now lit, my openness didn't go down well. Nice of you to say, but in any case, the Romans are or at least it's not just graffiti. The strange thing is, I've never really been interested in any of the men here. Not my... If I had to guess, Strange bunch. They insist there's only one god, and that if there are any of them here, they won't admit it. Not since they suppose... All I know is, if these threats keep escalating, eventually... What? Really? I didn't expect that. But thanks. I'm glad you arrived when you did. I'd start by figuring someone who lives or works, but if you find them, please don't hurt or humiliate them. Well, Malleolus is talking about loosening some of the restrictions in... My vote isn't for sale. Nice to talk to you.
You again. Whatever.
A fellow traveler from a faraway land. Greetings, I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst, and I must say, my sartorial friend, your clothing is leather boots in place of sandals, trousers with precise stitch. I have traveled, and never have I seen anyone dress. And now you have me more intrigued than before. But since it appears you do not wish to say, we will have much time here to get to know one another. But for now... Shh! Not... Have you not been told about... Oh, then I suppose this duty for... Of course, the first question any of us asks when we first arrive is, how and scaling the chasm wall is out of the question. But as they say, if the wind fails, use the oars. And here the second option is to leave. See, the shaft is quite high, but if one gathered up enough wood... I admire your enthusiasm. There was an attempt made by... They even decided to keep records of their escape attempt for posterity. Unfortunately, they heard a godlike voice saying the entire... So it seems that to merely attempt escape is to invite the wrath... Ah, yes. The man is Have you not heard the tale of the god Hades? He was the first to learn this dreadful lesson when Demeter, the mother of Persephone, learned of this. She did not punish Hades, the guilty. Instead, she changed the climate of Earth so that innocent people died by the... So yes, we know this rule. If we are to survive, I say we must each keep the simple wisdom of Thales of Miletus. Avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. Regrettably, for even if 99... Sadly, no matter how well we protect ourselves, the the voice of experience. But for all their grim and haunting poses, these golden statues do make magnificent. That, my friend, is quite the dilemma. But after some reflection, I do not enjoy the... Nothing comes to my mind. My story? How kind of you to ask. You mean to say, with all the turmoil and terror of the Golden Rule, and so... I'll tell you, it is precisely because of the Golden Rule that I wish... I say, the more of our customs we preserve down here... A good question. A very good question. I remember I had just been to Rome to sell an extraordinary selection of wares. I rented a prestigious villa by the Tiber, and we began making our way through some of the most exquisite... Now, I have had visions and awoken in strange places before. This time, I remember people screaming. When I regained my faculties, I was lying naked by the... Indeed. I'm lucky I was carrying a little extra. In any case, it seems I'd been rescued and I went to find firewood for his campfire, stumbled across a cave. Anything you like. This is troubling, is it not? I'm afraid I have not. But my young friend Fabia confided in me that she saw someone leaving graffiti on his shop front last night. Perhaps you should ask her about it. I hope that our paths cross again soon, my friend. Greetings and salutations.
Salve. Salve, stranger, and welcome to our idyllic little slice. Terrible shame what happened to Yulia. Certainly. All I ask is a reasonable price of 1,000 denarii. Very well. Perhaps I can interest you in something within your budget? You mean, how did I end up here? That is a lengthy tale. All right. Well, you see, mostly sculptures, vases, the occasion. Had myself a nice little shop in Rome, just off the Forum. Lots of foot traffic and close to the docks. Good place to be when the fires broke out. See, about 7 months ago, half of Rome caught on fire. So I gather my coins and some price all the way down to the river, but to my surprise we make it. And I see this barge loading up, and it's so full it's almost sinking. But the captain's happy to take my coin. So I start boarding, and then he puts his hand on my chest. No, too heavy. The girl? Weren't you listening? Or, I mean, I can always buy new. So I put my hand on the, and in one. No, I dived in after it. Only, I guess I must have. When I came to, I'd washed up on the. Thank you, friend. But it turns out it might have been a stroke of good fortune. Look around you, there must be. I'm afraid not. If you're desperate, I did it. Some people here are a little shut. Oh yeah, gotta watch out. Old Dacius has got your back though. It's terrible for him. Of course, I've scoured this city from... Oh, well, technically yes, but that just means you'll need to be a... Thank you, friend. I don't, She was headed to the baths not long ago. Malleolus. Not. Very well. Another time.
Help! You have to do something! A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. None of us do. The magistrate made us throw them all into the chasm. So now this man's bow is the only one in the city. You'll just have to improvise. Thank you. He's still in there, somewhere. I have to hide. Find me in the... Hear what? What? We don't have time for this. I have... Ugh.
Fabia, no! Oh God, she's dead! Did anyone see that? The whole shrine just collapsed on her! Oh, Fabia, why did you have to go in there? Poor sweet girl! I can't believe she is dead. Fabia, I mean. The gods are cruel and unjust. She was like a daughter to me.
Ah, back again. Very well. Another time.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve, friend. What? I'm speaking Latin. You... Oh, I see what you did. You know, not right... That's all right, friend. We sort of lose track of the day. It's 817 AUC. Sorry. CE? No idea what you're talking about. But you seem very lost. Live by our law. All right, friend. Suit yourself. Just don't do anything too reckless till you've spoken.
What are you doing in here? Can't you see this woman is dying? She's been poisoned. She needs the resin of a plant called silphium, but that Culus cubulatus decius won't give it to me. What? Quick, give it here. Yulia, you need to swallow. Hopefully in a moment she should be able to breathe, no? That was extraordinary. How did you know she needed this exact thing, and at this exact moment? Are you some kind of oracle? Look, if you don't want to tell me, I won't look again. That was like the gods hearing my... You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself. She might... And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her, and who she meant when she was muttering about that snake's cruel black eye. In the meantime, I'm happy to help you with what... That's a shame. Thanks again for saving Yulia's life. Apollo smiles upon you.
Oh, it's you. Sorry, I'm still a bit out. Was there something you wanted? You mean my life story? Oh, our father found good husbands for my sisters. It was a good life for a while. Until 7 months ago when the fires came. We must have had 100, but they fell on deaf ears. My employer told me to grab what I remember diving into the river, and then... The next thing I knew, I was waking up on the riverbank. Thank you. But to be honest, sometimes I think dying in... I can tell you. All right. I'd been here about a week. When it dawned, so when my new friend Aurelia offered me a secret way out, I would have done anything. And then I learned her up. She was supposed to be my friend, so she suggested I take out a loan. I had to sign an agreement, saying I'd work off the debt over 30 years. I paid Aurelia, and she gave me her hemlock. It's a deadly poison made from a plant. Drink this, she said, and you'll be out of hearing. She pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, "Let the buyer beware." Then she just looked at me. She immediately told Malleolus I'd tried to escape without paying. In fact, he just thanked her. That's what I said to the magistrate. I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said the law was clear. I'd signed over. I thought about resisting too. But Malleolus said if I didn't submit, he locked me in his villa, confiscated everything I owned as collateral, and made me wear immodest, humiliate. His wife Claudia was just as bad. She said I'd be on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor clean for hours. Those two took everything from me. My hemlock. I just wanted it to be over, but it seems I'm... I brought it on myself. I trusted one of the most callous... When I've recovered, I expect their thug Domitius will come for me. Only this time, I won't be able to... Honestly, it would have been better if the I doubt it. It seems, at least until someone breaks the golden rule. A lot. But it doesn't matter. I made a suicide. He's in exactly the same position as I am. Malleolus and Aurelius set the same trap for him a month after they did it to me. He and I are in this together. He's probably already thrown himself from the bluff into Malleolus's villa by now. If so, I'd never be able to live with... I doubt you could make it up to the bluff in time. I don't know who you are, or why you... All right, but please don't take... If that's your idea of a joke, it's not funny. Go away. I know what kind...
That's a shame. Thanks again for saving Yulia's life. Apollo smiles upon you.
Oh. You mean... Thank you. All right. I dripped in. That's what I brought... When I doubt it. A lot. I doubt you could make it up. I don't know who you are, or why you seem so determined. Oh, it's you again. Is our priestess? I doubt it. I suppose we will. If that's your idea...
May Apollo keep you safe. Feeling all right? That's a shame.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring? Ah, another stoic, perhaps. We've all been where you are now. I used to lay awake at night, contemplating the big question. I still don't have any of the answers, I'm afraid. Here, in this place, the magistrate has me earning my keep by cleaning and pruning the gardens. It's not quite how I expected my life to go, but long hours of menial labor for the good of the community. Oh, much the same way as many of the others. We were among the scuffle broke. I woke up by... Oh, that's all right. If you like. I'm afraid not. I don't put a lot of stock in such rumors. If that doesn't work... Oh, I see. Well, that doesn't surprise me. The many shall... I'd like to think that if we... But on the other hand, I was always taught, and that's where I get... You don't think that innocent men... If that's true, then... Please keep that to yourself. I know you're not from around here, but things are very difficult for us right now. There was a terrible fire in Rome last year, and our emperor decided to make us his scapegoats. There were... Thank you. You have no idea how much I appreciate that. I'm afraid not. I don't put a lot if that doesn't work. Oh, I see. Well, that doesn't surprise me. I'm sorry I... All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting to know you better over the coming months.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no. Orpheus, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck for the rest of my life working for a man who treats me like an animal?
Please, please just think this through.
I'm sorry, but I just don't.
Please, Ulpius. Help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what to do. I've never had to deal with this sort of thing. Please, you need to talk to him. Thank you. And please, choose your words carefully.
Let me guess. You're going to lecture me on how suicide is a... I screwed up my life. That's what's wrong. I borrowed money. I'll be stuck slaving away for that Culus Cumulatis Malleolus for the rest of my life. I am out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no! I can't believe he went through with it. Oh Lord. That poor lamb. Well, I suppose it means suicide isn't a sin under the Golden Rule. I'll have to let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malleolus will and I'd best pray for...
Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Magistrate, yes. Yes, thank you. I'm delighted and deeply honored to be elected your magistrate. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens, under my... leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. And, yes, no more should be put on. Eggshells, yes. No more should be put on eggshells. Very simply, they never breathe because the tyrant Sencio told you it wasn't forbidden. Yes. On my first hand, thereby, I hereby announce the jail.
Delighted and deeply honored to be elected your majesty. And now...
Did you just leap into my villa from the balcony 100 feet above? That was either extremely well, why have you risked life? You mean the children's fable exploited by said... Wait, don't tell me you... The person making a claim bears the onus of proving that claim. Can you do that? Can you prove the golden rule is real? As you wish. I'm afraid not. We're stuck down here together. I'm Malleolus, and if it wasn't for this I'm glad you asked. I'll finally restore... These good people have suffered long enough under Sentius's tyranny. By declaring there's no such thing as the... I trust you can see yourself out through the door this time. There's a key just beside it. Still here. Still here.
I'm not supposed to be in here. Talk. What business could you possibly... Preferably the way you came in, by which I mean... I think a better question is, why I have quite enough marriage trouble already, without having to explain to my husband why I am receiving strange... My marital affairs are no con... I think it's about to be broken. Finally! This is outrageous. Why are you still here? Finally!
Ugh, this place has become a thoroughfare. Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians. I trust you.
Sometimes I stare at the great temple on the bluff. Ah, I hear we... Nice to talk.
Help! You have to do something! A man arrived in the baths. You have to do... Are you serious? This is an emergency. Are you going to help or not? Thank you. He's still in there, somewhere. I have to hide. What? What? All right, fine. Come and find me in my bakery instead. Please be careful. Did you stop him? Well,
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff, I bet it's worth a fortune. Salve. Very well. Another time.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is? Thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll let you live for now, but you'd best make sure our paths don't cross again.
You there! I'm sorry to trouble you, but I couldn't help but notice that fine bow you're carrying. And before you ask, no, I wouldn't dream of trying to buy it from you. I have no use for a wooden bow myself. But I would like to propose a joint business venture of sorts. Tell me, do you have any idea how people here end up as gold? And here I was thinking I was the only one to figure it out. In any case, supposedly, 1 or 2 of those arrows is enough to turn a full-grown man into gold. Now, of course, that is a travesty, a terrible, horrible waste of human life, which has to be stopped. I can't help but think of a tale told by that Greek fella Aesop. With the ability to transmute organic matter into gold, use your imagination, golden animals, insects, trees and plants. And even if we were to split all those riches between the 2 of us, excellent. So the first question is, how do we get our hands on one of those golden bows? Now, I have a plan, but first, tell me. No problem. Diana is our goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the underworld. The one thing priests and poets agree on is that she carried with her a gold, and it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana in this very forum. And would you like to guess what she's holding? Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that temple staring at it, trying to figure out how to retrieve it without... Oh, gods, no! If you tried that, we'd all be... No, here's what I propose. You give your bow to me, I cover it in a thin layer of gold leaf, and we create a replica. Then, you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. It's not theft exactly, it's more of a... But make no mistake, this is a dangerous path, and but in my experience, all the best adventures begin with a risky first. Now, you must have questions. I'm more of an ideas man, whereas you're obviously the more resourceful and... When Prometheus stole fire from the gods and became a hero to all mankind, do you think he was worried about the day? Only because he was silly enough to get caught. Because the gods would see you, of course. Hence, my proposal. So, are you in, partner? Wonderful. Now, if you'll hand over your bow, I can get started applying a layer of gold leaf. This is a quality weapon. Now... And here we are. A gold leaf bow. Now, I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so as quick as you can, head on it. It's just at the end of the street on the left. May the gods not watch over you. you, partner? Do you have the bow? Wonderful. Just go ahead and slide it under the door for me and I'll unlock it for you. A little bit slow, aren't you? Yes, I locked you in, and until you give me my bow, you're gonna stay in there, like Tantalus in Tartarus. No, technically, I never said that. I said it's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference between a hypothetical and a... Oh, I do love a good loop. You're just gonna have to take your chances, I'm afraid. The bow, now. And don't even think about giving me the fake one. I'll recognise my own handiwork. I would reconsider my position quickly if I were you. I'm not sure if you know, but you're stuck in there with a hornet's nest. And they can... You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man. But I always wondered how anyone could have known that. Let's find out if they were right, shall we?
My beloved Galatea, I write this so that one day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care. You're not supposed to be here. My beloved Galatea, after I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if in a nightmare. What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? Trapped in their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment, too horrific for any sane mind to comprehend. I tried to offer them what small mercies I could. I began to talk to them, to keep them company. I'd imagine backstories for them, give them names, and tell them of the world, of the histories and stories I'd learned as a child. As the others became more concerned by my charity, I sought solitude from them, preferring the company of my tormented charges. Discovering a way into the abandoned palace, I began to spend my days walking its halls and sharing with its occupants ancient tales, my mind turning to those of Apollo and Daphne, Perseus and Medusa, my beloved Galatea. After I learned that
Kill me. You.
Kill me.
Please. Help us. Please. Please. Kill me.
beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman who I called And you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. Look at what you made me do to her. You're going to pay for that. And you think I care about that? I don't care what happens to me. Liar! I locked and barred the gate. I left a message warning you all to leave me alone. And now look at her. You made me turn the most beautiful. All I wanted was to spend my last moments with her. But as soon as I began my work, she stopped whispering. What's so special about you? What do you mean, the same voice? Yes. I remember when they used to whisper to me, but now that I think about it, they were all benevolent. But if these bodies are mere conduits for that one voice, then this body is nobody. Wait, I see what you're trying to steal her away from me. Were you planning to wait until I'd done all the hard work? Liar! You tried to steal her away from... Give me one good reason. What? What are you... Wait. So you're saying... I did all this. I ruined her. For nothing. What if it's the air coming into contact with her flesh? But the only way to fix it will be to break the golden rule. At least that way she'd be golden again, and we'd be together. All it would take is one little cut. It's too late. There's nothing you can do. I have to do this. I'm sorry. What? How? Really? I'm not sure I believe you. But if you can undo... But if you're lying to me, I'll break the golden rule and kill you and everyone else in this city. You did it. You took away her pain. I swear I will never harm. I'll stay here to keep her company. These poor... I fear the only one capable of... In any case, I must... The treatment for rheumatism is willow bark. I believe there's a pot of it already in the Shrine of Apollo. Now, please leave. The door here leads out onto the palace balcony. You should be able to make... Go. And never return. What other secrets have you stolen from the gods?
A golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana. Feeling all right? You made it into the palace. I'm impressed. Willowback, I should have known. It was under my nose the whole time. That's very helpful. Thank you. If I have some right here, could you do me a favor and give him some of this? He'll just need to swallow a pinch of it. I'm hoping it will avert. Thank you. I'm really glad you arrived when you did. That's a shame. Thanks again for saving Yulia's life.
I know what kind of person you are. Leave me alone.
A golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana's.
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land.
Oh, Shiny, you took care of him? An accident? So, I do have a question though. Really? Then... Oh, I see. I should probably keep my big mouth shut then. Sorry, I promise. Nobody else will ever know what you did. Oh, speaking of which, welcome. I'm Fab... What? You've been here a few moments. Good people here. Galerius works hard on the... My friend Georgius is always mending... Well, I'm just saying, there are worse places you can... Well, I can tell from your funny accent, you know. Oh, there's not much to tell. I suppose it all started about 8 months. My pa had just arranged. I spent the next week in bed. In the end. But after about a day, I remember closing my eyes for a bit. I suppose the driver took off with his... Anyway, I went so... Oh yeah, I suppose you're right. Hadn't really thought about it. But the gods are... Oh, I try not to worry about it. I mean... Thanks. And I like your teeth. They're so white. And your clothes. Oh, I bet. And I'm sure he'd love to chatter about the god. He'll be just across the forum. Terrible shame, that is. The forum's usually dead quiet at that hour, so I came. To be honest, I thought maybe poor old Dooley had got out of his cell and was snooping around again. So I called out to them, but they just turned and ran off without... All I remember is they ran past a lit torch, and the light glinted off something metallic. Armour, I think. So I suppose it could only be one of 3 people. Horatius, Domitius, or Rufius. I hope that helped. All right. Thanks again for taking care of our problem.
Ah, a fellow traveler from a... Greetings, I'm Georgius. My friend, your work... I hope that our... Greetings and salutations.
Hello? Hello? My name's Dooley. I live here now because I don't know. Yes, but I wasn't. I was just looking. They said I did it more than once, but I can't remember. Yes. They said I have to live here now, and gave me this. What does it say? My treasure! My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said, if anything ever happened to him, he gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found the treasure. All I remember is he said something about this. Now nobody looks after me, except my friend. Hannibal said I You're mean. I don't like.
much one of these statues is worth on the outside. Oh, hello there, partner. I'm glad you're here. You see, my plan was to give you a little fright. You know, like two friends joking around, but when I opened it... Partner, I swear, this is just a misunderstanding. Fine, fine. It's a credit to you that you're able to see the humour in all of this. Very well. Another time.
Fortune smile on you, brother.
All weapons are to be tossed into the chasm.
Handsome.
Magistrate's orders.
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step. What business is that of yours?
Don't you just love springtime?
Willow bark. And this will work?
All weapons
Finally,
are to be
some
tossed into
relief.
the chasm. Magistrate.
This... I've been... in a lot of pain lately. The rheumatism, these cursed statues, all... It was too much. Started... I owe you. No idea what you're talking about. See you around.
Oh, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia, and I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was in... There's a light in your eyes. Ugh, coming on a bit strong, don't you think? I take back what I said. Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business. Ugh, let it... You know, normally, I'd expect you to buy me a drink before asking if I want to get... Straight to business, huh? As a matter of fact, I'm happy to tell you all about it. So, how badly do you... Ha! It's hardly my fault if people misunderstand the terms of a deal. I mean, it does say, let the buyer beware, right out. I just try not to think about it. Certainly. Have you met Livia? She used to do my hair, until one day she just snapped. Now, she just stands around, caked in filth, muttering nonsense to herself. It's a real shame. I hear that if Malleolus is elected, he's gonna throw a small festival to celebrate with There used to be a midwife here, Naevia, but this place drove her mad as a me. Fortunately for us, Scintilla, the magistrate's youngest. How can we trust him to govern? Whatever you like. All right, see ya. Back again. All right, see ya. Wow, isn't that a big long bow? You stay away from my money!
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me... Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening. Yulia? Oh no. All right, I can do that. Poor guy. My uncle was a victim at rheumatism's altar, and he ended up killing himself. All right, got it. All right, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Understood. I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this. Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. Oh, come on. I just did as you asked. The least you can do is level with me. That's a shame. Now everybody's gonna think I'm some kind of oracle for knowing the future before it happens. Hey, maybe the patricians will start treating me with a bit more Alright, I'll leave.
Citizen. Name's Rufius. See you around.
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far? All right, well, it was lovely to meet you. I look forward to getting...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no.
That's the idea.
What? Why?
Why do you think?
I know, please.
I'm sorry, but I...
Please, Ulpia, help him. If... Thank you. And please, choose your words carefully.
You know about that? How is that possible? I mean, I've never mentioned it to anyone. Well, if you say so. You don't understand. I don't want to hurt anyone. It's too late for that. Yulia and I made a pact. If I backed out now, I'd be... Oh, really? That changes things a little. But we're still in debt bondage to that monster. Unless you happen to have 2,000 denarii to pay off both of our debts. Really? Wait. So, I guess you'd want me to work for you then. You'd do that for us? A couple of complete strangers. It seems today we're both blessed. Thank you, friend. Thank you. I'll go and pay off our debts immediately. I just wish there was some way I could repay you. But I have nothing but the tunic on my back. I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news. Thanks again, friend.
What you did was extraordinary, and please, there was a... that's...
Thank you. Thank you.
Shalom. You mean where am I from and all that? But when I was a child, I moved to Rome with my family. That's where I was when the fires broke out. Everyone was running toward... Every road leading out of Rome was in chaos. Several hours down the Appian Way, I saw another... I can only assume they got the... It's strange though, because I still had my purse on me. You're right. I always just assumed the river carried me, but I'm not sure I was anywhere near the Tiber when I fell. I don't. But... well, neither of us have a couple of hours to stand around talking about theology, law, and collective punishment, so I get... You remind me of an old story from my people about Hillel the Elder. He was approached by a Gentile and asked to explain the entire Torah while he stood on one foot. Obliging, he replied, "What is hateful?" Of course, what I want to know is... Thanks. Sentius, I suppose. I'd have to be... Scintilla and I were in love. All right. One night a few months ago, when I was cleaning Malleolus's villa, I wasn't allowed out. So once everyone else was asleep, I climbed up the inside of the villa and onto the roof. And that's when I saw her. I just sat there on the roof, listening to her with my chin on my knees. And for the first time in a long time, I felt hopeful. And then she looked up and saw me, and from the moment she asked my name with this, and so for weeks on end, each night we'd hold hands, and then one morning I woke up and all I could do was keep my head down. All I know is she loved me. And if she'd never have taken her own life. I can't prove it, but I just know she's still alive somehow. Even somebody abducted her. I have... My guess? Malleolus had something to do with it. I have no idea where he'd be keeping her, but there is one room in his villa, upstairs, which is always locked. I've never seen the inside of it, and I haven't been able to steal a key without breaking the door, but I have a feeling that if you could get in there somehow, it would shed light on a great many things. Really? I was sure he was hiding something in there. I feel like I've looked everywhere. At least everywhere I could get to. There are still two places I've never been able... First, the palace. If Navia managed to get in, then the only other place she could be is somewhere in the cistern network. I remember hearing that Dooley had been poking around in the upper cistern before he was locked up. So you could ask him about it, I suppose. I feel like I've looked everywhere. At least, first, the only I remember... All right, friend.
Ah, it's you again. Hope you're settling in, friend. Now, what's on your mind? How did you know I wanted that flower? Did someone tell you? I suppose this is going to make her so happy. Equitia, I mean. Now I just have to figure out how to give it to her. What I really want to do is walk up to her, give her the flower, and confess I've been madly in love with her since the moment we met. But on the other hand, I can't shake the feeling that the consequences could be terrible. You mean, aside from her execution? You see, Equitia is a Vestal priestess, meaning she's taken a vow of chastity, the breaking of which would be an extremely serious affront. Even if she was just suspected of being unchaste, it could lead to her execution. Unchaste Vestals get buried alive. Oh, and I'd get flogged to death for good measure. But at the same time, she's just so kind and graceful. I feel so much love for her that if I don't tell her, it'll burn a hole in my chest. I don't know what to do. What do you think? What would you do? Now that I hear you say that out loud, I hear how crazy it is. I think what I need is a go-between. Someone who can tell her how I feel. What do you say? Wonderful! Now, all I need you to do is give her the flower and tell her it's from a secret admirer. Thank you. Come back as quick as you can.
Feeling all right? That's a shame.
What is it, citizen? What? All right.
A new face, Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. Interesting. I'm not sure why you're telling me, but you've come to the right person. Yes, I suppose that could be something. But then most of us... What else? That's true. I know I wasn't entirely sure how I wound up here. What else? Yes, I understand many of our friends were carried. It's as I feared. Let me ask you this. Did you happen to encounter a stranger in the forest before you arrived? And did you happen to catch... I see. And... because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. But don't follow too closely. We can't have people thinking we're bathing together. All right, you're here. You were asking how I knew the young woman you met by the river was here. Look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little... If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded figure with a coin. It's just as you described it, only your pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Karen. It was C-H-A-R-O-N, as in Charon, the ferryman of the dead. Charon, who, in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that separates the land of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I take it you know what this means. I'm afraid so. It's all starting to make sense. All these people whose last memory was running from the fires toward the river. It seems none of them escaped with their lives after all. Perhaps we should be grateful they don't remember their final moments. It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld, and why his... I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if you have... Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Roman, or if each of them is slightly different. But they always involved the souls of the dead, meeting a grim... It was said that he'd help the new arrival crop. That's why it was once our custom to bury our Of course, an obol was a kind of... To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he, she, they seem to appear to different people in different guises. You say you saw a young woman named Karen with a hood, and I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kerti, and Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kumut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood. I suspect the only way... Good question, but that never made any sense to me. In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coin. No. I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after living. That was my first thought too. In the old stories, but it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying. Now that we know where we are, we have to figure out what to do about it. If we don't want to... We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the... Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, a Thracian poet. Hercules was able to leave the underworld. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuade... And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of... So it seems you have 2 options. To confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way... That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the gold. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld. Are you telling me that you can? I won't pretend to understand exactly what that means. So, if you want to confront, who knows? Perhaps, but first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who. And for that, you'll need to enter the... The problem is, the door has been sealed shut. I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. I'm not sure if you noticed, but there are 4 plaques missing from it. It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed. If you could recover and replace all 4 of those It's the towering stone monument with 4 sides. You'll find them all over Rome. But of course they were However, this one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides. That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques. Roman, Greek, Egyptian. Good question. To answer that, we first need to ask, it would have had the god's name engraved into it. And there's only one group of people. There's a cult in Rome that often they've been known to start fires, as well as, if I were you, I'd go looking for them. Of course, but I did hear a rumor they have a secret shrine somewhere in the city. Perhaps, if you could find that, you... I don't know. But perhaps you should begin your search with the local Greek fellow, Georgius. His store is in the forum. Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident, would be able to tell us. Unfortunately, But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern, so perhaps you could talk to her, or just take a look in his room. I'm afraid you're on your own with that one. All Romans try to avoid saying it, and the reason is quite simple. He might hear us. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish. Shh! Is everyone so blunt where you're... That option would, as I said... I'll admit, you do seem different to anyone I've ever met. So, if you want to confront... Who knows? But first, the if you... It's the... You'll... As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a First, Proserpina. It's said, the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her here against her will, forcing her into marriage. stories are true, then the problem is, leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a spirit guide. Truly? Then again, I suppose you were worried Can you tell me more? Fascinating. If she has indeed... Tell me, has she... Oh, I see. Well, let me know if you hear anything that might... It's a reasonable question, but and even... All right. I would suggest not discussing this with anyone. As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time. Perhaps it would comfort her to know she's not alone. In any case, time is of the essence, so you'd best begin. May Fortuna guide you. Although you may not need her with Proserpina on your side.
Salve, Dooley. How are you doing today?
I'm sad. Am I going to die?
I don't think so, my friend. It's election day today. Perhaps our new magistrate will be kinder than Sencio and let you out.
I hope so. Galerius, what happens when you die?
You're not going to die anytime soon, Dooley.
My mother told me, when you die, a ferryman helps you cross a river and your spirit lives on in the underworld. Is that true?
Well, yes, but...
Is it true that if you were good, you get to go to Elysium, but if you were bad, you get punished forever and ever in Tartarus?
Something like that, but...
If I die and go to Tartarus because they say I've been bad?
I'm not going to let that happen to you, Dooley. I promise.
Hello. Have we met before? Gold? You mean... You're going to let me out of here? Galerius already tried that. What about the rules? I don't want everyone to... Like... Galerius? He's nice. I like Galerius. He made me a doll and everything. If you help make him magistrate, he can get me out of here, and I can give you the key. Hannibal said it was in the cisterns. I can't remember what it was, just that it was way up high and very... My name's Dooley. I live here now because I got in trouble and they said they had to lock me up. My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he gave me all I now know. Bye-bye.
Ave again. Did you find what you need? Oh, how lovely. It just happens to be my favorite, too. Who do I have to thank for this? I see. So, it's from Galerius, then? Of course I do. I think everyone in the city knows. That man is a wonderful human being, and my favorite. But he is the least subtle secret admirer. Plus, he's been trying for weeks to get his hands on this flower. He went to so much effort, too. Suspending that, he'd just stand there each morning, looking at the flower, trying to summon. Tell that adorable oaf that my Vestal's vow of chastity ends once I turn 36. So, if we ever make it out of here, and he doesn't mind waiting a few years, then tell him I love him too. I hope so. I'm quite sure it's the work of the... We asked, but would you like to hear it? Wonderful. It goes like this. Borsis and Philemon were an old married couple living up. They go from door to door, until they begin and then she notices something, says to her husband, Philemon, I think these men are gods in and the vagrants metamorphosize and reveal themselves to be. They confide they didn't mind the meager offerings. You have passed our test. But everyone else in this city, so old Borsis and Philemon escape up into them. Meanwhile, Jupiter Some say the moral of that story is that we must all, but I like to think. I'm pleased to hear it. It must be completed by dusk, just as it'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Malia. Why do you up? I like the idea, but I know Galerius well, and his position has always been. It was only yesterday that he said to me he'd only ever run if it was up. So, I suppose if you'd like to see Galerius, all of the male citizens who are willing and able to attend, unless they're well, you're not a citizen yet, but if it's any consolation, there are by using whatever gifts the gods gave you. I'm responsible for announcing it, and you can, assuming they're eligible. Certainly. Certainly. May Fortuna guide you.
Ah, it's you again. Hope you're settling in, friend. Now, what's it? Thanks. What did she... Venus, that is the best news I've ever heard in my life. Oh, I wish there was something I could do to thank you properly, but all I can do is tell you where there's a secret stash of coins you might be in. In the rock tunnel, near the stairs, there's a little doorway set into the rock. Inside, if you look, unfortunately one of those golden huntress statues is blocked. If you can figure out how to get past it, I reckon there might be a I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stick. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll... Because Sentius put him there. Poor Dooley was just... It's nonsense, of course. Dooley's the most harmless man you'll ever meet. Gladly. I've bounced the idea, but... And how could you know that? I mean, I don't... All right. See you around. Ah, it's you again. Now. I've bounced the idea, but...
Citizen.
All right. See you around.
Ah, you again. No idea what you're talking about. What? That was... Got it. I think I have seen that plaque. Sorry I lied. Can't be too careful these days. Head into the caves behind the theater. Turn right, then right again. Oh, and here. You'll need this key. You didn't get that from me. See you around.
Malleolus isn't receiving visitors at the moment. Do I seem like anonymous threats are my style? You don't know Sturkus. Whatever. Just remember, I'll be watching.
handsome. Oh, you're here. I'm so glad you And I hope there's a... What was that? Some kind of joke? If it was, it wasn't funny. I take back what I said. Let's just forget that ever happened. Not for a few weeks now. Last time I saw him, he was sitting at I remember because they kept looking over their shoulders as if they didn't want to. The one word I kept hearing was vanishing, and then... Certainly, for 10 denarii. Have you met Livia? Now... Whatever you like. All right, see ya.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Just as the ocean accepts the... But it does not... Say it. Then it is true. I thought I saw it. I had to tell myself it was... I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. He gives such an uncanny description of the... I will do my best to remember that there is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal region. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by that way, the shadows of the newly dead descend. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts... There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh. Others follow their trades. I hope I have done it and now we share a secret. Friend, you have given me hope. Friend.
idea what you're talking about. Look, I haven't been at my best. It's the rheumatism. It started. I know that's not an excuse for how I acted. I'll leave him alone from now on. It's not as if I was... I'm going to go and clean up the graffiti. Just...
Lovely to see you again. Can I help you? Even if I had seen it, and I'm not saying I have, I couldn't in good conscience give... What you're doing is disgusting, and it's not going to work. Shame on you. Ah, that's a shame. Another time then. Lovely to see you again. Can I help you? Please keep that to yourself. There was a terrible... Even if I had seen it, ah, that's a shame.
Sometimes I stare at the... Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to a little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. I hear we have you to thank for saving Julia's life. I'm glad you arrived when you did. What demon or spirit... You went snooping in his place? Have you Really? How did you poor fellow. Really? That's promising. Nice to talk to you. Welcome back. Nice to talk to you.
Greetings and salutations.
A golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana.
Greetings. My friend, I knew this day would come. Please, let us... Very well. But the magistrate, for several months now, I have been each day. I leave offerings of food, in the hope that we may have a bounty. The offering it is, so I ask. Who? Stranger still. Once I sat in front of my shop like the 100-eyed Argus until dawn. Nothing! Nobody entered. And yet when I told my friend Kabash of this at the tavern, he offered to help investigate. It is the only Greek temple in the city. Head towards the baths. Gladly. And in a city full of Romans you are asking me? Because I am Greek. My name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do this all the time. I am flattered that they copy our ideas, but at first I pull my hair out. But my point is this. If the plague you seek was pilfered from... he cannot help it. And besides, it makes him happy. So I say, let him keep it. I believe he still has it with him. I hope that our paths cross again soon, my friend.
Fortune smile on you, brother. Ah, it's you again. Now. All right.
That's
Hello?
quite an impressive bow you have there. Just like Diana's.
Hello. Do you like it? It's shiny, innit? It makes me happy just looking at it. But if I gave it... But it's mine. And well, if you get me out of Galerius already... Like, Galerio. Yeah, Galerius will let me out. Bye-bye. Hello. Bye-bye.
Ave again. See you again.
come and join me by the fire. Welcome, welcome. May I ask? It's a sincere... Tell me, what... Ah, yes, that curse. I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I have been... The one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophic... Let us find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the Golden Rule? Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Very few come... Now, will you join me in a friendly... Wonderful. Then let me begin with a question. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong? And to what extent? You sound confident, but I must ask, has your confidence not waned upon finding, knowing that your moral errors will result in the deaths of yourself and everyone around you? Interesting. I'm reminded of something Socrates once said. Better to know that you know nothing. It is because knowledgeable people have learned enough to know they... You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable. Because so we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and... But under the Golden Rule, morality matters. The slightest wrongdoing could result in a mass execution. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be... That is an excellent question, and it leads direct... So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in... Let me guess. Ah, so you think of all the thousands of competing morality systems that exist. And you can follow that system in all situations, because I honestly can't tell if you're seeking to frustrate me, or if you... Then you are an absolutist. I can teach you nothing because your mind is closed. And you can teach me nothing. Leave this place. I'd rather not waste what little time I have left reasoning. come and join me by the fire. Welcome, It is best you do not know my name, for merely to speak of my existence in the city of... Tell me. Ah, Kabash. I know this man. He came through here some weeks ago. I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. The one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophical argument with somebody astute. Let us find out with this simple question. Excellent. Now, will you join me? Wonderful. Would you say you know the... You are an overthinker too. We're the same then. But if you struggle with right and wrong normally, then down here... Well, that's reassuring. And the truth is, you see out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong, so let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always... Are you sure? Or is it possible that human... After hundreds of years, and as many great thinkers dead, what hope do we have, if our best and bright... My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly... If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and so we must accept our limitations. In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that, because the only way to create a utopia, this and no other is the root, and life under tyranny. I'm glad to hear that. In any case, thank you for humoring an old... I will tell you, but you may find him hostile. To prepare for your... Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, when the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own. Thus, the shrine of Persephone became the shrine of Persephone. And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, and the city's dwindling Greek residents witnessing this compulsive road, they gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the... However, there was one thing that always seemed up, an even older plaque. We had no idea until years later. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from... We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another, an even older tunnel. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque. You see, we proud Greeks had thought... But it turns out this game has been... I think it is best you head through the There are certain things you must see. Take this key. You'll need... Ha! If I did. Did we not discuss it at length already? You mean, how did I end up living alone in this cave with nothing but these relics? I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome. Back then, I used to enjoy verbally sparring with everyone. It became heated. He drew a gladius, and I won the argument. I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire opposite Karen. Of course, I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could. So I began looking for a place to hide underground. I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12... I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even by mistake, that Hades... I'm afraid I am the only one left. There were 12 of us in the beginning, but some from malnutrition. It has been lonely. Living in darkness is not without its challenges. The first challenge, and sometimes, when there are... The greater challenge is the isolation. Like so many things in... My generation was wiped out, turned to gold. I think it's safest to assume that if I was to return, they are one and the same. The Romans call him... As you wish. I enjoyed our chat, but please, keep my presence here a secret.
Stop! Do not come any closer. Who are you? I am Kabash. And let me guess. Another to what? That is welcome. I was planning to return it. Here, take it and restore the honor of us. Now, as for the other plaque. Indeed, I have it right here. I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide. You may not. In fact, I am a... Because it speaks a treacherous... I will tell you, but first... Indeed, and I see you know our history. See what has become of it. I have been down as Egypt declined, and the Greeks had their turn to flourish. Their souls came here when they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld, even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people as if that desecration was not enough. They built over this. My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when their... It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as if it would imply the gods of Egypt, and that my people did to them what the... I sense a deception. Perhaps... You will never know. This work of sacrilege must be destroyed. You are too late. It is done. It could not have gone any other way. Now, the thing of evil you sought it. I am from Rak. Since this is where I belong. I think if I do not know what all I know is everyone so contrary where you are. Good. Be gone. Wait. You would plunge into the depths. When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not a prediction. That was a promise. You will die. I disagree. I warned you against coming down here. You have undermined and dishonored the true God of the Very well, I will listen. But if I sense deception, Or why should I let you live after? Then you admit it. You wish to destroy the sacred beliefs of my people. I will not allow this. Many of my ancestors endured great hardship to live good life. We prepared to have our hearts weighed on Anubis, and yet I arrive here to find the book of... Did our priests steal? I am not sure I follow. Speak plainly. Perhaps there is some truth. You are. Very well. I will let you live, and you may... I will remain here for a while, and attempt to learn what I can.
Ah, you've returned. Good to see you again, friend. I enjoyed our chat. Ah, you've returned.
Hello? Hello? Bye-bye.
That's quite an impressive bow you have there. Just like Diana's.
Hey! You're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Well, it's your funeral.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Yes, thank you. And now, I make this solemn promise to wicked citizens that under my leadership you will finally
I'm not supposed to be in here. I should hope so. This is outrageous.
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty tribute, so you must have been desperate to see me. My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis. You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different colored eyes. And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. Alexander, I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen to mark a natural-born ruler. Well, I am not suffering from any delusions. Unlikely, because it simply isn't true. Now, was there some... Look, if I had a Roman plaque in my possession, I'd be happy to sell it to you, but I don't, so I can't. Are you insane? You barge into my villa? Why would I withdraw? You fool.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Domitius doesn't... My name is You mean And I liked... Well... Unlikely. Look, if I had a Roman plaque in my possession, I'd be happy to sell it to you, but I don't... What? You are acting very strangely. I trust you can see yourself out. You again. What is it now? My name is Marcus. And I like. That's quite a. I trust you can see your.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Magistrate. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I'm delighted and deeply honored to be elected your magistrate. And now, I make this solemn promise to good citizens. I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. And, yes, anyway, no more shall you walk on eggshell, yes. No more shall you walk on eggshells. Feeling simply to live and breathe because the tyrant Sencio told you it wasn't forbidden.
You? Who are you? Did he send you? Do you know you're here? You have to. I'm Scintilla. I found a way out through the Gate of Horn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of helping me escape, he locked me up.
Sentius, my adoptive father. Furies help me. I'll castrate and crucify him. I don't know. He said the gods are on his side because they don't want us to. Behind me, there's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water from outside the city, so it should lead us. The only problem is it's barred by a heavy locked gate. I'm going to take that key from around his neck, even if it means cut. I'm done caring about the golden rule. I just want out. There won't be enough time. Just you and me. What? No! You can't just leave me here! How can you be so heartless? Thank you. Now follow. Wait. Did you hear that? He's here. He must be coming in through the door behind me. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
What did you do with Scintilla? Where is she? So that is how it's going to be. Oh well, this doesn't change anything for me. It's a shame, really. You'd have been looping through time forever until you gave up and killed yourself. Just like that soft-hearted pleb, Al. Come now. Surely you didn't think you were the only one. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one loop to the next. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you're a little bit sharp. He was a moralistic fellow. And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this. I watched him come through the portal each time. Always a little. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine. The next time I awoke, you showed up. But I'd have preferred if you'd given me more time to enjoy the trappings of my... Just the 4? Not many, but don't worry. I'm sure there'll be another use. In any case, there's no escape for you except the path that Al took. The path he wrote about. Better to end it all now than find... So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this. My title, and as long as this day keeps repeating itself, I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely. To cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself? Do you really think you can take on a Decurion with that flimsy little bow? Who? Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Come on, we have to go. Hey, what's happening to you? That light, it's so bright.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fray. Thought I was in here. Well, here I am. Funny you should ask. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is kinda rusty. It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name appeared in the city, freed an imprisoned woman named Scintilla, who then murdered her captor, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said the attack caused golden statues to come alive, hunting down everyone in the city. Apparently, the only person to survive was Scintilla. What? You're saying you were here to... I'm sorry, come again? Let me see that. God, why does this writing look so... I've spent a lifetime in this place. This is... So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time portal, so I guess you saved my life then. As well as helping... Maybe we can escape through the same aqueduct Scintilla used, if we can find it. I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into this temple. You go on ahead. I'll be there soon.
You're back! But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al? Oh, what a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. What?
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just call me Carol, if you like. I do not enjoy deceiving people. That most people find comfort in familiarity. That you died, of course. My role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, Usually, most souls would rather ask yourself on. As you wish, you were exploring an old tomb when you discovered a cache of forgotten relics, including 2 silver coins of ancient origin. Unfortunately, as you emerged into daylight, a nearby hiker saw the scuffle break out, and you both fought bravely, but you were sick. There was nothing you or he died instantly at the scene. That man's name was Al. You were each in possession of a sacred coin called K. Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans burying their dead with a coin in their mouths to pay the ferryman. Well, those stories contain. A long time ago, my master my orders were simple. Whenever a person died, that is a question you would have to ask him. I am just his servant. Only now, I find myself bereft of purpose. There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. There was a tablet describing an event 2000. Supposedly, the city was destroyed when a woman murdered a tyrant. With my new friend here, I know how crazy that...
Maybe not that crazy. That woman. I don't suppose...
How could you...
She left a tablet of her own. I stumbled across it while I think she meant for you to read it. Here, take a look.
I don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this, but I want you to know that I will never forget you, or what you did for me. It pains me that so many dear friends were not so fortunate. Ulpius, Sentia, Lucretia, Horatius, Galerius, poor Dooley, and the others. But please understand, their blood is on...
Sounds like you meant a lot to her. I'd love to hear your... You two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I...
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready?
Ave.
You look well, my Sartorial.
Ave. Ave again. It must be completed by dusk, just the same as it'll be between... Why do you ask? As I said, I'm planning to hold it before dusk. Yes, I have overheard some... Very well. Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate. Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and Marcus Malleolus Gurges. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Sendius.
Dacius.
Malleolus.
Galerius.
I abstain. I'm just here to observe.
Virgil.
Malleolus.
Ulpius.
Sentius.
Rufius.
Malleolus.
And finally, Domitius.
Malleolus. Who else?
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Marcus Malleolus Gurges.
Hail, Magistrate Malleolus. I said, hail, Magistrate Malleolus. That's more like it.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. No more shall you walk on eggshells, fearing simply to live and breathe, because the tyrant Sentius told you it was forbidden. For my first act as magistrate, I hereby announce a day of celebration to mark the end of an era. The myth of the Golden Rule is no more.
The Golden Rule is real, you idiot.
For his attempt to deceive us all, Sentius is hereby found guilty of treason against the Empire.
What? I have committed no crimes. This is madness.
His sentence: to fight for his life in gladiatorial combat against Domitius,
Here and now for your entertainment.
You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed.
Wait. I exercise my right as a Vestal priestess to pardon him. I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me. Domitius, ignore her. Proceed.
This is insanity. You'll doom us all.
Lies! It is time the Golden Rule was exposed for what it is. A children's fable, exploited by a treacherous leader to instill fear in all of us.
This is why he's in his gladiator gear. They've been planning this all along.
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken. I'm going to enjoy killing you, old man.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
The golden statue!
What kind of trickery is this?
The statues.
Salve, friend. Mind telling... Oh, sounds serious. I'm listening. Poor Virgil. Poor Rufius too, I guess. Yulia. Alright, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival... But how did you... Alright, of course. I'll make sure this gets to him. I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
I hope you're taking care of yourself. Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Well, that's good. If you're not, well, I still... Ah, that's a shame.
Be careful who you trust. Sorry, I'm still a bit out. Was there some... All right. Be careful who you trust. I hope you're coping.
My friend, your words intrigue me more and more. And in a city full of Romans, you are asking me? My name is Vedu. I am but the plague and beast. And in a city, I am but the plague you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek and beside. I hope that our paths.
Citizen.
Welcome.
Oh, shiny. Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside. much one of these statues is worth on the outside.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Just as the ocean but it... Say it. Then... I thought I had... He... And now we share a... Friend, you have given me hope.
Handsome. Oh, you're here. I'm so... And, I hope I'm not... There's a light in your eye. How dare you? Get away from me, you pig. Oh, do us all a favour and drink hemlock cap at murder. You stay away from my money.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve, friend. Oh. Yulia. Oh, no. Poor Ver. All right. But how did you... I'll go. But once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
Ixion turns. Just as the ocean but it... The bloodless some the house. They... There is only a downward. Help me. It is better for you if... Say it. Speak its name. Then it is true. I thought I had to tell myself it was... I must have... He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I will do my best to... There is... And...
I love your clothes. Ah, you're here. And there's... Oh, I see. You prefer the company of men. Maybe you should go and... I take back what I said. Suddenly, let's just forget that ever happened. All right. See ya.
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked,
Didn't believe a word they tell you.
How is it possible that you've... Oh, come on. I just did as you... That's a shame. Now everybody's gonna think I'm some kind of Hey! Alright. Ah, it's you again. Hope you're settling in, friend. I've bounced the idea around once or twice, but from what maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom. And how could you know that? You overheard him say that? Oh, why does that not surprise me? Well, in that case, we need to find a way to make sure Malleolus loses. If you can do that, and Sentius is the only candidate left, I can't see how I could vote for... Even I could... All right.
On your best behavior, I trust? What is it, citizen? All right.
That's my room. Leave before I call Horatius.
Ugh, this place has become a... Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. Ugh, what is it with... Well... I trust...
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I... We have? Wait, if I understand correctly, I must have entrusted you with figuring out who the culprit is. Only, I assume we failed. And you had to start over. Is that about right? If so, what happened? Look, it's unfortunate, but all that matters now, I assume... You mean Julius? Releasing him is out of the question, I'm afraid. Perhaps you're not aware he was caught Look, I can see where you're going with this. You think me it was not so long ago, during the Republic. Here, we see to it that a privilege that the man has no self. I will not jeopardize. I've had plenty of time. I will give the real. If I did, I'd have. Sextus Sentius Imperiosus is my name. Before I was elected 7 months ago, uncontested. They're supposed, unfortunate. My men and I were at the Emporium. Now that they were the next, I went. It's a cavalry officer. As magistrate, I usually wear a toga, but very well. Ask them. Good. Now, was there something else you wanted to discuss? Thank you. I'll be waiting here for news. Ah, you've returned. Do you have any new... Of course. What is it? If you stopped one person from breaking it and you're still here, then allow me to explain. When I discovered the ritual to Proserpina, the crux of it is this. If you do anything to change to illustrate, when the golden, if you manage to succeed in saving our lives, the same thing would happen if you, say, if either of those things were to happen, so the fact that you are still... Excellent. It looks like you'll have to continue your... Of course. What is it? Yes? Why do you say that? Despicable, but did it break the golden rule? Then it seems the gods are not concerned with it. It looks like you'll have to continue your... Of course, what is it? Well, allow the crux to illustrate. If I know what you mean. It looks... Of course. What? Yes? Why do you say that? So I'm told. This is true. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. Well then, in that case, as much as it pains me to do so, as magistrate, I hereby declare him an enemy of Rome and authorize his execution by your hand, forthwith. I don't believe so, no. It's not a crime to carry out the lawful order. So now you're an expert on Roman law, are you? Listen to me. If ever the... Any way you can. I would think that bow you're carrying should... Thank you. Please act quickly before...
Whatever are you wearing? Oh, look, you're back. I trust you.
All weapons are to be tossed into the chasm. Magistrate's orders.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Are they? Ah, you've returned. Do you have any news? Of course. What is it? Yes? Why do you say that? So I'm told. This is truly atrocious behavior, which undermines the very foundation. Thank you for... Well then, in that case, as much as it pains... As much as... Any way you can. Thank you.
Ugh, this place has become a thoroughfare.
On your best behavior, I trust?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are? Of course. All right. See you.
I hope you have a good reason for flouting my weapons ban.
Malleolus isn't receiving visitors at the moment, it being election day. Whatever.
That's quite an impressive... A new face. See you again.
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land.
Citizen. No idea what you're talking about? It's... I'm...
That's quite an impressive bow you have
Hey! You're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Contrary little Cap'n. Nobody's... So, one day, said he... Anyway, so... And hunt a... If it was a... More like... I know what... Good idea. So you survived the system.
On your best behavior, I trust.
Citizen. Ah, you've returned. Thank you. I'll be waiting here.
Oh, don't mind me. Oh, look. I trust you.
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
You. I'm Juno. I'm Centella. He wants to keep... Behind me. There's an aqueduct. The only problem is... Sentius, my adoptive father. I don't know. He said the gods are on his side. I'm going to take... I'm done. There won't be... What? No. I hate you. I spit on you. I hope you did.
hope you have a good reason for flouting my weapons ban. Ah, you've returned. Do you have any... Me? What are you talking about? You know, you remind me of him. Al Worth. The fellow who... Come now. Surely you didn't think you were the only one here. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one loop to the next. Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident, I'll never know. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you're a little bit sharper than Al was. Or perhaps you're just more willing. He was a moralist, and because of that fatal... I watched him come through the portal each time. Always a little older, a little more And when he the next time I mean, you've lived through the day. 7 and yet everything you've... Because there's no escape. Except, so, you discovered my... I couldn't care less what you think. And why would I agree to that? You might want to think that through. If anyone so much as touches me... you and your... Understand. The only way you're getting this key is over my hand. If I die... You see, it was my actions that brought you. That means if I die, you... I certainly hope not. In fact, I want it to go on and on forever until you... What are you going to do? Beg the gods for help? Now, get out of my villa. Citizen. I thought I told you to get out of my villa.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
All
That's
weapons
quite
are to
an
be tossed
impressive
into
bow
the
you have
chasm.
there.
Magistrate's
Just
orders.
like Diana's. Ave again. I beg... Oh my. Let's see. If we don't have much... Hercules. And so it... Fortuna guide. Ave again. Certainly. As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus, the problem is, first, it's... It is, if the leaving that aside... Truly? But you're only... Then again, can you tell... Fascinating. If she has indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak in cryptic whispers to avoid detection. Tell me, has she told you anything that might lead you to the way out? Truly? Then why are you still here? Ah, I see. Then it seems you... But unfortunately... Shh! Is everyone so As I said... Are you telling... I won't So, who knows? But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who. The problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived. It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them. If you could recover and It's the towering stone monument with 4 sides and a pyramid-shaped head that stands before the great temple, a dedication to the god of this place. You'll find them. However, that means you... May Fortuna guide you.
Be careful who you trust.
Salve, friend.
I hope you're coping.
See you again soon.
So you survived the cistern. Probably just a stroke of fortuna. Don't get cocky. What now? Whatever.
I'm not supposed to be in here. Domitius, come quickly. We're being robbed. This is outrageous. Do I need to call Domitius? Get out. Do I need to call Domitius? Get out. Talk. An intriguing proposition. Go on. Perhaps you're not as silly as those clothes make you look. What makes you say that? You know, I may have the very... Some time ago, when he still cared for me, he wrote me a love letter. Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering Roman. I confronted him about it, and he stammered through some incoherent... I let it go, eventually, but... To withdraw. Listen, I may not be Penelope to his Ulysses. You must think me quite mad. I've heard enough. Domitius! I'm not supposed to be in here. Talk. You know, I may have the very thing you're looking for. Sometimes now but... Oh, aren't you charming? I'm quite sure my husband would see. It seems our interests are aligned. I imagine knowing his true identity will give me the leverage I need to manage it. But first, I need you to do... I want you to bring me some wine. Just one small urn should do it. Oh, don't look at me like that. I know this must be hard for you. Let me tell you something about Malleolus. After all I've done for him, he said it was for my own good and that my drinking was tonight at his victory party. I'm going to get... I am so... You mean, aside from the fact that I'm locked in this because there's barely any left in the city, In fact, there's only one small urn. So you're... Thank you. Here's the letter. Now, perhaps you can tell me who Quinctius really is. What? He's... Oh no. That's... quite a look. Give me that immediately. What? No. You tricked me. It was a lie of a mission. You were planning this all along and you deliberately considered... I curse you. I curse your life and mind and memory. This is outrageous.
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty tribute. My name is Mark. You... And I'm hardly... I like to think it is... Well, I am not suffering from any delusion. That's quite all right. I trust you can see yourself out.
You're not supposed to be in. Talk. What business could you possibly have with me? An You know, now but I want. So. Thank. Now, perhaps you can tell me who Quinctius really is. What? He's... Give me that and... Thank you. Now, I appreciate your, I think it's best if you go now. Why? Fine.
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty tribute, so you must have... Are you in... What? I... So, you're not going... Oh, so much work and money. Fine. Ruling this cesspit of a city, I'll have Domitius notify the priestess. There, you got what you wanted. Now... Domitius, are you listening?
Yes, sir.
I've made a decision to release Julia and Ulpius and withdraw from the election. I want you to go and inform Equitia.
Sir? Are you under duress, sir?
I've just had a change of heart.
But you were on track to be magistrate, sir. All that work, all that money, wasted.
Those are my orders. Carry them out.
As you wish, sir. Priestess, Malleolus has decided to withdraw from the election.
Thank you for telling me. I let everyone know.
Shalom, friend. Sentius, I suppose. I'd have to be insane to vote for Maliola. All right, friend.
Salve. Ah, it's you again. No. He did? Oh, that was... I'll let Equitia know I'll be running. All right.
Be careful who you trust.
Isn't the great temple majestic? Ave again. It must be completed by dusk. It'll be between... Why do you ask? Certainly. It must be completed by dusk, just the same as any other. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Galerius, the challenger. Why do you ask? Certainly. See you again soon.
Whatever.
Sentius, I suppose. I'd have to be insane to vote for Malleolus after what he did to me. Galerius, the farmer. He's a good man, but... All right, friend. Sentius, I suppose. Galerius. All right, friend.
Citizen. Ah, you again. Galerius. Sorted out my rheumatism. For the first time in a long time. Fine. So you're...
Wonder how much one of these statues... Hello there! Well, I'll take your word for it. But perhaps you'd be interested in selling it to me. I mean, it's not as if you... Oh well, let me know if you change your mind. Sentience, I suppose. Stability. Yeah? And what's he gonna do for me? He's nothing. Certainly, for a few thousand denarii. Pleasure doing business. Can I help you with anything else? Very well.
Greetings and salutations. Greetings. My friend, Galerio. But of course, I hope that our...
Salve. Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to our little community. I hear we have you to thank for save... Galerius, definitely. He... All right. Nice to talk to you.
Ah, it's you again. Oh, and I'm in the running for magistrate. Feeling kind of nervous, but I'm hoping it'll all be... Now, what? All right, see you around.
Again. It must be completed by dusk. It'll be between Sentius. Why do you up? As I said, I'm planning to... Very well. Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate. Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Helver. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Galerius.
Virgil.
The man who put a stop to the threats I've been receiving. Galerius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helver.
What?
It has been decided. Magistrate Galerius, would you like to make a brief address?
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted. Now that you put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else to see here. Move along.
Isn't the great temple
Fortune smiles on you
majestic?
today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
You're going to let me out of here?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will. I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georgius I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Hello? Oh, thank you. You're a big helper. You can have my shiny plaque if you want. And maybe you can help me find my friend Hannibal used to look after me. And he said, but before that, he gave me a key to the cisterns and told me to keep it safe. Please help me find it. Please. Oh, thank you. Hope you find it. In the cisterns. Oh, look over. Maybe it is treasure. I could see it for myself. So pretty. And it's just lying out here in the open. Maybe nobody wants it anymore. Maybe no one will mind if I just take it.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Help me!
Then I want you to go
It's
home
so lovely
and
to
rest.
see Dooley out and
I'll
about
speak with you
again.
soon, Dooley.
Oh, thank you. You can have my, and maybe my friend, but he gave, please. Oh,
Maybe it is treasure. I can see it for myself.
Isn't the great temple majestic?
And it's just lying out here in the open. Maybe nobody wants it anymore. Maybe no one will mind if I just take it. Don't you dare.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve, friend. Mind? Oh, Yulia. All right, let me. What? Are you? You're serious, aren't you? I'll go.
Salve, friend.
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal. And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never... But there will be time for your reckoning later. That is merely the name your people have given to it, but yes. I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic. This should come as no surprise to you, since the core principle. The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make him do. The Greeks refined it with avoid. The Roman Stoics added. Even the so-called cultists had. It is the simplest of concepts. And each one, yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able. For you, perhaps. When my kin departed, they left behind many relics, which I inherited. The golden bow originally belonged to as my collection of golden statues, and tasked them with hunting down. That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumer, now this man was unmarried, and men, of all the women, two were particularly ambitious. Their hair woven in elaborate draped herself in jewelry. Seeing this ostentatious, she prayed aloud to any gods that, while the others indulged at the banquet, the second, she checked that nobody was watching, pushed her right, but I was watching. And I took the golden bow left behind by Diana, and I shot that, and I left her to stand there, that she might, but that was not enough for the entire city. So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. And to this day, each of suspended in time with only them. I give your kind a second chance at life, as well as ample war. And when you disobey, and you all, and so you ask, if I am the one destroying you destroy yourself. I'm able to commune with all of the statues in the city. If she was still conscious, I suppose she could, but she's not. Then what an odd question. Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalizations? You speak of the moneylender. How is that inconsistent with the rule? And he would never have signed a contract pledging his labor for 30 years. All he did was enforce the terms of a contract signed voluntarily. Now tell me, what other sins do you believe I have overlooked? The midwife and the palace, yes. How is that inconsistent? The rule is do unto others, meaning other people. Those statues are something else now. They are forsaken. Now tell me, what other sins do you believe? Abduction? You mean the mad? He did so because she sought to escape. Better that he stops her from escaping, albeit brutishly, than I have to wipe out this in. Now tell me. Ah, the tavern. I disagree, having watched that tavern keeper. Now tell me, what others... I've seen no such thing, but in any case, taking one's own life is a self-directed act. Therefore, it cannot be said. Now tell me. Very well. Very well. It has come to be known simply as the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer. I had them build a city. I had them build the entrance as a vertical shaft leading to baths, to cleanse. I watched wave after wave of Sumerians, of course, believing themselves to be the superior civilization. The Egyptians, after another 1,000 years, they built upon the underworlds of... To ensure the wage was fair, it was important that my subject... To this end, I had my servant distribute whoever died while in possession of one. As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned. Later, when they spread to Greece, some placed coins in the mouths of... In fact, almost all of the tokens. Your kind would have squandered the last of its potential to us. It is a regrettable story. one of the first men who came. To be rid of him, I returned him to his people. But the erasure did not take completely, and he told stories. His tales were committed to writing, which came to be known as the Later the Egyptian, their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less. Then when the Greeks, a warrior named Heracles, they each told embellished tales, and so from Sumer to... That is a long story, one that began over 3,000. You see, long ago my kin and I set out from our home on... We discovered your planet, and witnessed your kind evolve. You all but destroyed, yet Proserpina saw raw potential. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place... For a time you flourished, but soon you were too many for us to oversee. We had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion, and soon my kin had seen enough, and gave up on your kind. We began preparations to return to Inicio, our home world. But my Proserpina could not bear. She made an extraordinary, and so she began her inescapable trajectory. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended, and then I pleaded with Proserpina's father. It was and is my hope, but he refused. Humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium, and no exceptions would be made. But seeing that I was aggrieved, he proposed a wager. A term. If even one human city, then Proserpina, my part would be to remain behind, the last of my kind. And so my reward has been to so that I might take her with me to Elysium. And here I am, after. There were also gods who, like me, our leader Jupiter, and of course, Of course. My story is many thousands. My kin and I all adopted this form long ago, so that in time we grew fond of this. It is a matter of perspective. God is a label I was given by him. Your ancestors revered me because to them, but despite all that, this is like me. She has been known by many names. Ereshkigal to the Sumerians, Isis to the Egyptians, Persephone to the Greeks, and Proserpina to the Romans. Or perhaps you might know her as the goddess of springtime, the cycle of life and renewal. Your gaze lingers too long. That is my servant. You would have met by the river, though she wears many faces and goes by many names. Kumutaba. Her role is to ferry souls between the mortal world and this one, and to make that. For that, she earned herself the infamous, if erroneous, mod. You will talk more later. For now, no. Long ago I swore to Proserpina that I would remain in this form. As you wish. That is merely... Very well. Good. Then now it is time for your reckoning. Only, it seems, something is wrong. It has long been within my power to see into the hearts of mortals and weigh their deeds in life. When I peer into you, I see only a blank slate, as if you did not exist until you appeared in this city. How is this possible? Charon, where did you find this one?
I do not remember ferrying you. How did you come here? If that is true, then I sense the antithesis.
How did you come to be in this time, Mortal?
We cannot know.
I do not know. My kin departed long ago, and Proserpina's... Tread lightly, mortal. Enough of this. It seems I will need to put your reckoning on her. Why have you come here? hubris is amusing, so I will allow you. If you anger me or waste my time with lies or so, tell me, why should I put an... How so? And be specific. You have made a great... His cruelty does seem to grow greater by the day. I admit, I have grown disturbed watching him. He is a volatile and confused fellow, that one. Pathetic. You will need to do a lot better. That is a very serious accusation, mortal. I am well aware of the story told by the Greeks and Romans. It is entirely unfair. My love... It was an act of rebellion against the others. Accordingly, I read... These people were all dead. Then you still have the option to end your life should you wish. And you are no... Accordingly, I reject. Every one of those people was guilty. They failed collectively. Ah, but I am a god, and you are a mortal. Why would you expect me to treat you? Let me ask you this. Do you treat insects as you... Do you ensure they have food and shelter? Of course not. Because that would be absurd, just as... My love for her does not mean I am not... Bah! For a moment I thought you might have been building to a...
He cannot know.
I see what you are doing. You would... You have no idea how close you just came to it. Do you really think you can wound me? Pathetic. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. And here you allow me to... But the one... Good. Only it is... You would have us believe... That Charon, does this mortal speak the truth?
Perhaps. The waters of...
I will take you at your word. But as long as your past remains shrouded in mystery, why have you come... Going? Huh. Surely you did not. You know far. You will remain here. You know you will if you... So. That is a...
He cannot know.
I... Liar! How dare you? You will make a fine. Do you... How dare you threaten her? This ends now.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. The many shall
And allow me. No. Good. Oh.
If that...
How did... I... Tread... Going. You know far. You will re... How dare...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Salve, friend. Oh, sounds serious. You look... All right, let me... Poor What? I'll go.
And here you are. Allow me, no girl to the, but the one, and I've been watching, and what is that they will first. I would recognize that anywhere. And yet my beloved still wears. You vile, despicable creature. Why would... You have put me in an If I refuse, you will murder her. And yet, if I agree, I will lose my wager. I do not see that I have a choice in this. Your treachery and savagery, and now you have shown me your species' true colors. And this has gone on too long. It is time for... But know this. If I abandon the wager and leave for at least... I will have Carol make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you, be aware you will be separated from the rest. Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment will never have taken. What will become of you is difficult to predict, but that is the now. You would best pray our paths never cross again, mortal.
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Well, here. Know who you are. Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after me? I'm fairly certain you and I are the first people to set foot in this city. Fortunately for us, the last person in here was a Roman man named Galerio. Apparently, there was a community of 20-something people trapped in here. And living in fear. They believed that if even one person sinned, an unknown god would cast them all in. Then, one day, just as Galerius had finished praying for an oracle appeared and told him how to solve the saving the life of a dying woman, foiling an assassinate, and so on. Meanwhile, the oracle walked up to the town, and the doors just... Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the oracle must have been because the next thing he knew, the ground shook, and the voice of that god... Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops. What became of him? And the other people who... And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had terror... I don't know, it reads like an earnest account to me. Anyway... I'm gonna pause here for a moment. You go on ahead. I'll be there soon.
You're back! But... you're... Oh, what a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd... Why don't you tell me what you discovered?
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just call me Charon, if you like. I do not... That you died. My rule. Most... As you... Perhaps that is. I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you.
Kinda lost track of time, and there was a...
Sounds like quite a story. You two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my...
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
Hey, you made it. It's great to see. I read your book, and what the critics said about it. I guess they weren't ready for your theories about... After everything you've been through, I thought you might appreciate some good news. So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research into the people mentioned... I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. I've been dying to tell... Why don't you head on down there?
Oh, there he is!
You're here. It's lovely to finally meet you. Galerius told me all about... So, you're the hero who somehow vanquished the last of the Roman gods. As I'm a priestess, you realize you've put me out of work. I'm just teasing. Actually, and it still feels a little sacrilegious to say this, Galerius and I are in... Oh, it's... See you soon.
You're finally here! It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Karen appeared and told us she was returning us to the world. Even gave... Anyway, I know! I can't believe my luck either. But we're... Oh. Of course.
Oh, hello. Hello. Galerius. Treasure. I live. Bye-bye.
Oh, of course. Last I heard, Malleolus kept... thank you. Ugh, someone told me she was boasting about getting... Well. Oh, I hope... I hope.
You are here. Lucy, if the... Speak. I'm stuck. You too.
Hey. Evening. Hi there. I understand we have you. Ah, you're... Thanks. I'm living... He's not my... You're not... And...
I take it you're the Oracle. Actually, I'm not sure she knew right, but... Anything, of course... He's still there.
Evening.
You too.
Greetings. I take it you're the Oracle everybody's...
We have. I never thought I'd leave that cave. And it's... I'm not that... My sincere...
Hello. Magnificent museum, is it not?
You're... I wanted to... I'm just so... Well... Thank you.
Greeting. Perhaps I hope you will. You too.
Some soiree, innit? Ah, hello at last. Listen, I wanted to express my sincere appreciation for what you did. Whatever you did in that... Such acerbic wit. I love it. I took the money. I can't decide. Oh, don't be like that. Oh, of course, yeah. I was just... Of course, don't let me...
Good evening.
Hello there. Oh, hello. I'm thankful that you're here, but I'm and you. Wonderful.
Greetings. Thank you for your kind words and for liberating us all. And
what is up? It is an... You... Oh, of course. You... I too. For... In... Thank you.
Hello there. Oh, I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name. After you drove Pluto... Don't worry, nobody did. I'm living with Ulpius on a little vineyard in Umbria. I'm so grateful to you for... You can try some of our... Thanks. You too.
Hi. It's nice to I understand the way... I'm living with so we're sitting and I... Thank you. You too.
Hello.
Nice to meet. I go back for... You too.
I wanted... And for helping... I'm stuck of... You too as...
There you are. I hope you enjoyed that. Now, there's one more person I wanted to introduce you to.
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving for a long, long time. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Proserpina, former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. And now, I wanted to meet you in person. And I hate to think what would have happened to us without your... I did. I may have given up my immortality, but I still retain my gifts as the... After witnessing Pluto, so I tried to give them... So I whispered to Sencio. I knew the danger of humans being... I required the creator of the... But I did not anticipate. He quickly discovered... Of course, once I had taught him the prayer, we were all fortunate you came in. Indeed. Suffice it to say that while Pluto was controlled, I was able to control their tongues. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. There were... I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him. Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld. Last time, she wouldn't say what it was. And you. Although it feels like I've known you forever. Oh, and one last thing. Do you... Good. Because they remember you. Well done, my friend. Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld and returned, none came close to achieving what you did. Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas would be proud.